Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay. Hello, chat. Randy Butternubs, thank you for the follow. Hello. Just getting started here, chat. Um, let me see. We're probably gonna start out on an A here, as I should have a little bit more AP to generate still on JP. Mm. But how is everyone doing? Is Final Fantasy music? No, it's not. The beginning of that reminds me of like Final Fantasy VII music. How am I doing? Am I going to be doing any rolls? I don't know. Honestly, like I'm still thinking about it because I'm like back and forth at this point as to whether or not I even want to. Um, Truly, I think Benny's a fantastic unit, but I also think Benny is the epitome of a unit that I don't like have to have. So it is what it is. Don't think I pinged Discord. That's what I was forgetting. Thank you. I think I got distracted right as I was going to do it. There we go. Possible Benny rolls soonish. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm truly not sure. It really is just going to boil down to like I don't know. I probably need to go over the kit one more time just to see. Hey Shadow, how's it going? Thank you for the 83. Hope you're having a good day. Again, apologies. I know I posted my schedule yesterday and then kind of 180'd on you guys. That is because we went to do a pretty hefty workout this past weekend, and my legs are just utterly killing me. So I have been feeling a bit under the weather, and yesterday was not too great of a day in the office for me. Plus, it wasn't a great deal or a great day for the girlfriend either. So we kind of just said, "Fuck it, no stream. Let's just veg out, relax, try to recover some, try to take our mind off things." Balmonte, thank you for the 34. I appreciate that. I hope you guys are having a good one. Mahanaga. That is certainly a name for a NPC there. If you do roll, I'm down to 490 Saint Course. Yikes! So it was like double pity on that. Yeah, I saw they kind of spoilered the new Norn, but like not too crazy to expect that that was going to be the thing. We at this point, I think it's pretty obvious we're going to get all three. So it's just a matter of time. Who else do I want to do? None of these are the epitome of units that need to be done. I think I'm going to do Billy. Billy is literally the most likely of all of these to be used. And I'm basically doing it with my Saberface Only comp because I'm lazy. I'm just trying to make sure that the AP is ticking. Roloth, I still have to look over Banner 2's units numbers and stuff. Avalon's getting all that together for me. So it's why I haven't like rendered any sort of judgment on this. I've also, just to kind of keep you guys apprised, like behind the scenes, I've been super busy. We are heading into our fall busy season. Girlfriend's literally going to be getting busier with work as well. There's just not a whole lot of time between us right now at the moment, on top of having to do a lot of things in the house still. So for me, at the current point in time, it has been very difficult to keep my eye on things. Like I'm still aware, like in the basest sense of like everything that's going on, but when it comes to specificity, like having the time to actually sit down and review a unit's kit, I haven't had the time to do that. So I do roughly know what each one of them does, but I haven't gotten to get nitty gritty on them. Did I get a haircut? No, actually the polar opposite. I haven't gotten a haircut or shaved or trimmed my beard in a hot second, so that may be why. And that was at the behest of girlfriend, so. That's not what I was hoping to face right here. Die, Soul Eater. You might need to skip through OC3. Why? There's still like 9 days remaining just for the mission. At least I think it was 9. It may be like 8 now. Like I'm not worried about that at all, because this, like today, chat, if we get through all the units, today should be the last like big day. That is to say, like, as far as stuff that I need to do that is not story. Like, that's a little bit been the problem, since I'm down to streaming about 3 days a week right now, as you guys know. I am dealing a little bit with a lack of time to be able to cover stuff when FGO has a huge, like, influx. Let me just throw in a Buki, that'll make it easy. It's a bit long, and I think it's like 2 to 3 weeks left. No. No, there's still a lot longer. I'm not worried about OC3. Especially because, again, like I said, this is the last stream of me having to cover FGO news-related stuff. After this, I can just focus on story and catch back up at my leisure. That's actually not a problem. But it's been because we've been having to cover JP Anniversary and JP Summer that I've, like, kind of been unable to, like, finish OC2, for instance. Like, almost every single FGO stream that we've done, I've had to cover something else on top of it. I think only one stream were we able to just sit down and, like, hammer out a ton of NA story. And we actually did. That was the stream that we got, like, 10 rungs of the chapter done. I was going to say, OC3 has until the end of September, chat. So, there's still a lot longer. There's no rush. Obviously, if you're not cut up, I do understand that. There is a little bit of a rush to get to the point where you can do it. But yeah, truly, I will be able to finish it easily. You guys don't need to worry about that sort of stuff. I'm not worried about it. This is a story heavy part and had to take a break when I finished the section. Yeah. And I think that's all too common. I think, like, from streaming other stuff here of late and everything, and taking some time, I'm not going to say, like, away from FGO, but just, like literally some time to play other games and relax. I realized, like, yeah, that desire to do story drops immensely when I'm not being a content creator actively for the game. because essentially I don't have this impetus to actually catch up and do it, at least at this current point in time. Part of that is because of Ordeal Call itself. Ordeal Call is structured in such a way that you really don't have to. Um, and what I mean by that is that I don't have to be caught up. Yeah, so you guys can see I still have 43 days left on the actual missions, and I have 8 days left on the current, hey, do parts of OC3, which, like I said, tonight we're going to be going over the units, and we're literally going to be trying to finish OC2. That is our goal for tonight, which I assume we will easily be able to do. Finished OC3 and I quite liked it. OC2 edges it out, but I think it's poggers. Nice. Yeah, I've heard good things about all the Ordeal Calls. Like honestly, and I'm going to say this flat out. Only NA seemed to not have the greatest opinion of Ordeal Call 1. JP seemed to have a pretty decent opinion of it as well. I'm not sure if that's like a literacy issue, or if that's because, and I'm going to say this flat out. There is definitely an example of this in the NA community. Oh, I can't write on the screen. Hold on. There are a ton of people that dislike Agartha. Part of this comes from JP bias, and part of this comes from straight up people can't freaking read. And I know this straight up. Because there's things where like you can talk to people about Agartha, and they're like, yeah, I really hated this character, how this was portrayed. And you talk to them about it, you realize they don't actually know what they're talking about. And I've never understood that. So, like, some of it is preconceived notions from the JP server that people have ran with and tried to echo the same sentiment. This comes from on JP when Agartha came out. Agartha was a much, like, raunchier and more gruesome story. And some of the JP player base had problems with that. When it was translated to English, that was toned down. And NA never had any of those issues. But people still hated on it because that's what the JP players did. So it's where I'm like, okay, like, it's definitely been a thing before on the NA server, so I wonder if that's also the case of, like, what's happening where people didn't understand the alter ego story and what was trying to be told there. I don't know. I haven't looked into it too much. I just know that there are some people that dislike OC1, and I've been like, okay, I didn't think it was the best, but I didn't hate it. So that's where I'm wondering, like, where some of that is, right? Similarly, I've heard some people say that, like, the current ongoing story for JP's summer event is not good. I could see that, because at least for me, this story, just as an outsider who is not reading it, who is skipping everything and just seeing the cutscenes and shit, it definitely seems like it's a story that's largely focused on Habitrot, and that seems like a really weird choice for me. So I can see how it's possible that some people don't like this one, but we'll see. Like, I can't really judge it too harshly until I myself get to read it. So I have been using Mozart in all of my comps, but I think it's finally time to make Mozart go bye-bye because he is not enough charge for this current setup. Can I fit her? I might be able to fit her. We'll see. I found OC1 alright. Didn't hate it, though, but I think people got salty because it went into fillerish stuff from the high of LB7, which I do understand. I can at least get that. However, I don't think people have any right to complain based off the fillerish shit that we've had leading up to LB7. So, like, it's one of those deals of, like, how dare you do that? And it's like, they've been doing this. It's the equivalent of complaining about filler in Naruto when you're like 500 episodes in, and only then starting to complain about filler. And you're like, so that's kind of the point that I'm making. It's like, you've already been consuming a shit ton of filler. You don't get to complain about it suddenly now. Now, if you were complaining about it in the past, then sure. Yeah, I do agree. That is definitely something that they did. Okay, let's get her out of there. Her in. We're just going to do that. That's getting to see some Demeter action here. Welfare has been the focus of summer before, like Joker, Hokusai, and Da Vinci. Yeah, it's not the fact that they focused on the welfare, it's a specific fact to focus on Habitrot, considering we already had what was largely considered to be summer LB6. On top of that, it's a kaiju battle themed thing that they are making Habitrot the focus of, which is certainly an odd choice. Like, I don't really care what anyone has to say on that. That is a choice. A choice was made. Whether or not it is good, I don't know. But I can't explicitly state that it was a good choice based off concept. Most people also confuse filler with something I don't like. That is very true, too. Like, I've seen people call, for instance, like the One Piece arc where they go back and show what's his face? They show Luffy and Ace and Sabo in the past, and people are like, "That's filler," and I'm like, "No, it's not. That entire backstory is absolutely purposeful, and it was in the manga." Like, so I've seen people say crap like that, and you're like, I get what they're trying to say. Like, is it stalling for time a little bit? Yes. Is it filler? No. there is exposition there, and it's on purpose. Dang, Oda put filler in the manga. Yeah. It was super important to the story. Exactly. The biggest battles to our smallest servants. Yeah. And I think that's maybe what they're going for, is that juxtaposition, but it's definitely a little bit of a, like, odd choice, right? For being slower in our character-driven episodes, chapters is peak lunacy. Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do think, like, if you have an issue with it because they're spending too long on that, that is what we like to refer to as a pacing issue, rather than, oh, I don't like the fact that they went back there and did that because I'm, you know, basically just somebody that only cares about, like, action and stuff like that. But I can't help but think it was to make the Giantess theme more giant. Yeah, I don't know, right? Like, I'm not faulting them for trying to do a, like, kaiju battle summer. I just think they actually could have done it cooler. Like, hear me out, chat. What if we did a kaiju battle themed summer and everyone's wearing, like, sci-fi, like, body suits and stuff like that? Like literally like kaiju number 8, because that is part of what the meme of this event is. There's a number of kaiju in the event that people are memeing by calling them kaiju numbers. So when I look at that, I'm like, yeah, why didn't they just lean into that more? And we could have gotten, like, these like, almost Pacific Rim or, like, aerial drive style, like, outfits for people. And it would have actually been a really cool summer event had they done that. But from everything that I've kind of seen, it does seem like this summer event is a little bit phoned in on their part. Not that they didn't try or anything like that. I do believe that they did. But that it sounds to me like they maybe didn't put their best staff on it. And I'm wondering if that's because their better staff is actually legitimately already working on a part 3. So we'll see. Or whatever the next, you know, after time story is supposed to be. In Bleach, they had a whole arc, the Mount one, because they didn't want to stop to wait for Kubo to finish a bit more of the manga. Yeah, and honestly, like I've seen some people that had like real issues with the Mount arc before, but I actually really did like the way that Bleach handled its filler. Yes, it was filler, but they did entire arcs. If you didn't like it, you didn't have to watch. You could skip it. Technically, it didn't matter. But at least it was like a coherent story. There wasn't this like, let me jump forward and backward in time and all this bullshit. It was just, here is a self-contained story. We're gonna spend some time on this now. And at least for me, some of them were hit or miss. But I think overall liked most of them. So I was like, okay, this is pretty good. Got baby costumes instead. Yeah, don't remind me. Hmm. I can see what the other ones are. I think I'm gonna keep going with this until I'm at least 1,000 pages. I have no idea where I'm at on the shop here, though. Let's buy all the costumes. That's usually my first order of business because they kind of have to be bought or you lose them. I think it's an issue if this year the events are more chill and less intense. To be honest, last year was a big year, and they got to gear up for more big things. It's okay to have a chill year. Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You guys have heard my rhetoric and how I've been disappointed in the devs because they won't commit to the future of the game and yada yada yada. But now that Nasu has let that cat out of the bag, and we know there is a part three that is coming, I'm okay with this. Like they don't have to go full bore all the time. I'm a-okay with that. I think FGO works best when it does have its down periods and its periods of like more casual approach to things. I've gotten criticism from other content creators before on this where they've said that like, oh, I'm like this casual person or something. I'm like, yes, the guy that logs into the game every day and has more 120s than most people ever fucking will is somehow casual. Sure, whatever. But I'm trying to say that, like, I don't think the game itself needs to be as hardcore. It needs to be a game that's approachable for the masses. Otherwise, it will just risk alienating a ton of people. I think there is a contingent of people within the FGO fan base that just want to see the game be challenged, be like min turns, be these like ultra hardcore type approaches. And I just don't think that works. I think that is the path to killing your game. Straight up. Like, it's okay to have that content, but you cannot make that content your entire game. King of Casuals, Katrov, yes. It's okay for games to have downtime. Not every day needs to be filled with content. Yeah, I agree. Isn't login every day the bare minimum of casual? Right? That is literally. I'm not gonna kid yourself when I say that I do believe that there are people that actually do think that. Like, unironically, wait, hold on, what is this? Okay, these are my Ascension items. I was like, ugh. It's been a while since I've had to buy the Ascension items out of the shop. I feel like that's not a common thing. I definitely got to do more of the gold. But yeah, so it's like I'm a-okay with the game being slower paced as long as they confirm that there is a path that we're headed towards. If there's no future for the game and they're taking things chill, then everyone should be panicking. And I really do mean that in that sense that, like, yes, it's a little bit scary if it seems like the devs don't care. But I do think the devs care, and I do think the devs have kind of at least let that out. I think they maybe need to do a better job of marketing it and talking about it, but that's not Nasu's style. He's never done that. he always kind of like waits and goes for this dramatic big reveal at certain points. So I think that's a-okay. Oh, cool. You're gonna force. Hold on, chat. It's like, yeah, you're gonna force me to use my Amatron even though she's not leveled up. The future of the game is just Emiya glazing. Yeah, I mean, like I said, FGO is in its 11th year. I think people expecting the game to dramatically change are kidding themselves. The game is the way that it is. If you want true dramatic change, you should probably be asking for them to make a successor to this game. Um, the engine is the way that it is, and I truly believe that like a wholesale revamp of the game is not possible from a legal standpoint. I'm not talking about whether or not it's actually feasible from a like a engineering standpoint. I do believe that is possible, but I'm saying I think they would get in a lot of legal trouble if they tried to dramatically change the game or like wipe the servers or anything like that. Use Habitat Samarkand? I can't. Mine's level 1. Did chat not understand? Wait, was she Pretender? I don't even remember what she is. Yes, she's Pretender. She's pretending. No excuses, I know. Sounds like a workable tagline. I mean, to a degree, and I'm not gonna lie, okay? I am certainly a little bit more casual now than I had been in the past. I don't think that's a, like, crazy statement to make. But a lot of that just boils down to me literally having the time as a human being, not a, like, lack of desire or anything like that. Like, my real life schedule has shifted, thereby forcing my stream schedule to be the way that it is. I think about the news of Tartakovsky doing a Conan cartoon. That had already actually been revealed a couple months ago, but it seems like people are like really realizing it now, and I'm excited for it. I saw a lot of people like revealing it's like, oh, he did Samurai Jack, he did um, Dexter's Lab. But to me, the big one is that he did the original Clone Wars cartoon, the one that like has the infamous like clone trooper meme. Yeah, whereas it's this one. No, open there. Like this was done by Gennady Tartakovsky as well. With Mace Windu, yep. So like for me, he's always gonna have a special place in my heart just for that. Just for doing that shit. Because it was such a like badass cartoon. I remember watching it and being like, why is this so good? And it's funny because it's pretty much what paved the way for the actual animated Clone Wars to come out. That was a clone trooper, not a stormtrooper strap. Was there not already a Conan anime? That I don't know. I mean, there probably is one from like way back in like the 80s or something. And proceed to board a shepherdess ship. Yep. Had the best version of Grievous, right? Yeah, like it's definitely good. I don't know. I'm pretty sure it's non-canonical to an extent because I know there's like, yeah, there's the Mace Windu episode where Bro is just going off, and it's pretty much a like the Force Unleashed type of like episode, but it's still just epic in its own way. Was it a bad take on the Conan mythos for what it was? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, I assume they can't do, like, anything too gory or raunchy in that, right? Like, if it's made for children. Granted, that was the 90s. The 90s were a different time. We had some pretty insane cartoons thinking back to that. Like, I feel like a lot of cartoons nowadays are kind of neutered in comparison. Well, there you go. Someone actually song requested it. Okay. That's an interesting concept. He fights lizardmen, so he's probably in Florida. I think an adult cartoon would be a better fit. I mean, probably, but consider what the idea of like making shows ultimately is. And I think people forget this. The same is true of anime. It's always merchandising, chat. Always. That's where the real money is. They can't sell the show nearly as well as they can sell merchandise. So making a show for kids gets kids interested in it, gets kids wanting to buy the merch for it. That's the idea, at least, behind it. Whether or not they're successful, that's another thing entirely. He still yearns. He's going the distance. Okay, I'm just looking at Habitrot's kit here. Oh, that's such an interesting third skill. I never realized that. I should have been pressing the second skill before the third. So I did all the kaiju battles without help. I did the second one before it was nerfed. Which I don't know if you guys knew that, but the second kaiju battle got nerfed on JP because apparently it was too difficult. I don't know, but I had to like figure out how to like my actual carding strategy and a rough idea of how the skills worked without actually being able to see any of it. So okay, so there's nothing here that she has in the actual story battles, which is where if her NP is charged to full, she like converts it for more attack. This is going to be one that I want Lord because it's 30% per attack taken. So she literally charges herself based off of the amount of like hits taken, and it's per hit. So I mean, to be fair, like Samurai Jack was at least I'm gonna say like more of a like teenager cartoon, so I could see that being the case. What's up, JC? Nothing much. We're gonna be going over the new units, but I was trying to get some stuff done on um JP here first. The max HP and the critical stars here are what's nice. I don't really see a reason to lure this skill. Um, Especially because Habitrot doesn't actually have like a hard charge skill. You're not gonna be like doing any like three turning or shit with her. Plus, she is single target anyways. So I think she's just gonna go to 1099 is gonna be the onboarding. Just watch the toys that made us. It's all merchandising. Oh yeah, 100%. And while I do think that's changing to a degree, like I think with Gen Z and like Gen Alpha, like some of our younger children, I don't think there's as much like purchasing of like action figures and stuff. So I think like merchandising as we knew it is different than merchandising as the youngest generation understands it. Didn't know FGO could still release a servant without charge. Oh yes. Okay. Wait, did I have any copies of her? I don't think I do. Not yet, anyways. I think I just have the token one. Actually, I should have changed that. I think it's still on the plug suit Mr. Code. Shit. Gen Z is going more heavily into physical ownership. Yeah, because Gen Z, I think, realizes the issue that uh, the millennials are kind of stuck with. And that's that the millennials accepted, and I say this as a millennial, okay, we largely accepted convenience at the expense of ownership. And because of that, we are now paying for that. Like, there's just a crap ton of problems. Oh my god, they really did make her tiny. Holy shit. Hmm. Yeah, she is. Let's do it like that. Should generate some stars, and we'll pop the second and third Habitat skill. Yes. I like how that's basically Carmilla's car attack. Yeah, that 30% charge per attack is just actually nuts. I'm actually not sure about that one. Either way, we'll find out. Because again, like I said, I truly have not looked at the kits. Let's just go for the mighty chain. Unless your Steam all digital is not going to thrive for consoles. Oh yeah, and I still think even Steam might potentially have issues in the future. Steam is good for right now, but the second something happens with Gaben will be the true test. Now Gaben has said he's going to try to take care of us, but we'll see, right? Like we've seen time and time again where a really good company has become really bad overnight just from some poor decision making of a like new CEO or something. So subscriptions and constant ads suck. And so does all the tech made to break in a few years. I miss my old MP3 that thing survived getting run over by a lawnmower, washed in a washing machine, and getting eaten by a dog and still worked fine. Can't say the same for anything else I've used for music. Yep. To be fair, like everything nowadays I do on my phone, and if not, it's done on like a desktop or maybe a laptop. Like I don't handhelds are just not really a thing anymore when we have our phones as a huge source of convenience. Um, that being said, I think our the way to redeem ourselves is to still just not put up with some of this, like, frankly, shisty tactics that people do. It's like, oh yeah, you're gonna charge us a subscription? No, no, I'm not. I'm not paying it. That's crazy. The amount that you want for that is just insane. That's the easy way to approach it. Piracy, yeah, literally. I mean, like, I I understand. I do think piracy should not just be done willy nilly, but I do believe that at least when it comes to some of these companies that are truly scummy, they don't want to provide you with a legitimately good service, or they're trying to just milk you constantly. That is your sign that like piracy may be the solution. Because at the end of the day, what are you supposed to do? Like when you've asked a company to provide you with these benefits so that you can pay for them, and the company says you will get no benefits, you will have no ownership, and you will pay the price that we want you to pay. Like there's no conversation going on there. The company is just ignoring the consumer at that point and trying to force it down their throat. And unfortunately, some consumers are just saying, well, it is what it is. We'll just accept it. No, don't accept it. Like, again, Netflix went up in price like twice in the span of under 12 months. And I was like, I've had Netflix for 5 years. Actually, I think it was seven. I was like, okay, I'm canceling. Like I'm not paying them that. You can't just sit there and keep going up in price and expect to keep your same subscribers. It's naturally going to be a problem. Very erotic for this conversation, yes. In a few years, Microsoft or Valve will just buy PlayStation from Sony. Um, I think the test will really be AI. I think I think some of our bigger, more established software providers are going to be in real trouble in the future. I was actually talking with my dad about this because there's a lot of like accounting software and stuff that we use in the office, and I've seen people try to say like, "Oh, accountants are going to die," and it's like, no, no, accountants are still going to be around. I find that really funny that people think that, but that's people not knowing how accounting actually works and understanding the sheer breadth of work that accountants handle. But that being said, the profession is absolutely going to change. But at the same time, it's like a lot of our like biggest costs and stuff are stupid tchotchke subscriptions to things like Adobe. That's not going to be a thing in the future. And I can flat out tell you. And the reason why is going to be because someone is just going to vibe code an alternative to Adobe that will end up basically doing the same thing. In fact, we are already in process of transitioning off of Adobe because there are already competitors popping up that do the same things and use the same file types and can work in the same ways simply because people are tired of paying the crazy subscription for something that really just doesn't even need one. Skilled trades are not going anywhere. Yeah, exactly. Like what you may see with AI is you may need less of them, but it's not going to be that they are going to go like extinct or anything. And especially things like literally like trade skills, so like people that are doing like hands-on stuff, that sort of stuff's going to be very difficult to replace. You're going to need actual full-blown robots before something like that even remotely starts looking like it's going the way of the dodo. And you'll still probably need somebody to oversee those robots to make sure they're not fucking stuff up. Arcadian. Thought we already had an alternative to it by now. We do. That's what I'm saying. Like, Adobe is actually probably going to die. Because Adobe makes all of its money now off of subscriptions. And what happens to an entirely subscription modeled service when people stop paying subscriptions? Like, that's literally their problem. Adobe's been trying to battle piracy for years, and now because what Adobe wanted is Adobe wanted to milk everyone like crazy. And it's not going to work. That's their problem. Okay. This is going to be an interesting one. Again, I don't know what the skills do. I have a rough guesstimate, but pirating Adobe was always the alternative. Yep. But that's the whole point, is like, why did people pirate Adobe? Because Adobe locked every single fucking useful feature behind a paywall. Like, you can get, like, Adobe Reader, but Adobe Reader just literally can open a PDF and can't do much else. So they locked everything behind a paywall in an effort to try to make money, and they keep jacking up the price of that and trying to crack down on every ability to go around it. Well, again, this is the same thing that basically got told in Star Wars. Like, the more you tighten your grip, the more things are gonna slip through your grasp, right? Like, it's that idea that, like, hey, yeah, you're not going to be able to do everything and have everyone on your model, which I find really naive of the current business landscape. Everybody seems to think like Bob calls it the infinite sustainability or infinite growth curve, and it's like, yeah, no, it's just not a thing. Like, you can't keep going infinitely. Every company right now is building off that model, and it just doesn't work. You're gonna take an L. You're gonna have a quarter where it doesn't work for you, and you're gonna have an entire year where it doesn't work for you eventually. You're just delaying the inevitable in the pursuit of infinite capability. It's just not going to be a thing. Okay, it shouldn't be able to NP this turn. And I should be able to stall it significantly. Not to mention the Adobe-like programs are way better. Yeah, pretty much at this point. Many of these companies will buy them and then dismantle them so they can't compete. We really need to kill that. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Get him PC'd. Jackleg. Yeah, notice I'm doing arts first. Part of the reason for that is because the quick up should at least be significantly better performing for the quick card. So we're doing AQB as our go-to. And it works for damage purposes. How many master skills did I just see? Yeah, there's a lot on this Mystic Code. Okay. Next up, the Charm. This is a perfect song for this fight. Okay, let's try the stun. That's a cool trick. I told you I could stall him for quite a bit. The problem is I think I was maybe supposed to pop his bar before he gets this off. So we're going to see just what the hell is going to happen here because I do not have a guts. We're just going to spam him with shit now. We're going to pray to God he doesn't kill us. I'm going to try not to pop the last one because it shouldn't be necessary. Because this should bar pop him, yep. Okay, you got like 3 attack down. Surely you're not gonna... Okay. Damn! I was gonna go the whole distance game! What the hell? Bring on the 2.6 mil! No one's learning anything? Yeah. I do think it's a fad. I think AI is here to stay, but people that are using AI smartly will be the ones that are actually like trying to implement it into their workflow, not the ones that are trying to like be like, oh, every solution is AI, ask AI, make AI do this, make AI do that. It's going to be people that are supplementing their productivity. That's where you're going to see actual like gains from AI. I don't think it's going to be on trying to use AI to replace people very well. What the Okay, I'm gonna hit you with that. Uh I think OpenAI will fold and go breaker, but I think AI will be here to stay. Oh yes, 100% AI is here to stay. I see a lot of people that are like, we need to put lightning back in the bottle. You can't. Pandora's box has been open, chat. You're never putting it back. But will the face of that change? Yes. Yes, that's very likely. Okay, Bunyan hasn't really gotten through my defenses yet, so we're going to let that keep going. To review their output in case of hallucinations. Exactly. Ugh. 34K? Damn it. Okay, we're gonna invert this. Since I don't need damage, we're just going to abuse this for more stars. Oh, that's the 3-turn one. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and use that now. Yeah, chat. The freaking Godzilla roar. Of course, it's a Godzilla opening. Oh, there we go. She actually killed outright. Damn. I was saving stuff because I thought that second bar was going to be a lot harder, but it was a lot easier. When's the next YouTube watch party, Cat? I definitely want to do another one. Remade with stock images. Oh, God. Yeah, you guys need to, like, get some stuff together for stuff that you actually want me to watch. And please, chat, don't do, like, the shit tier things that are just actually, like, I don't mind if it's funny, but use some professional judgment, okay? You guys are denizens of the internet. You see funny all the time, so it better be damn funny, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, that's JP done. Let's talk about our new units. Or plunk. So it looks like today I'm going to be going over with you guys King Protea. And Lilith. And specifically normal KP, not KP Alter. Because that is what Avalon has provided me with. 4 stars are coming still? Okay, apparently the 4 stars are coming still. Huzzah! Okay, hold on. Bonk. Bonk. Actually, I'm just gonna close Lilith for right now, because we know that's gonna be a thing. Ah, yes. Darkness, my old friend. It's gonna be 4chan humor, I'm calling it. Listen, I've just seen some stuff that was like... it made me wonder why the person requested me to react. That's all I'm gonna say. I have not decided yet, Ahado. We're going to be focusing on going over the new units here, so let's talk about King Protea. So, this is Summer King Protea, which I am not on the right page for. Okay, this is Summer King Protea, and we are literally going to be talking about her. She is a moon Cancer here, as you guys can see. This one was interesting, and there was definitely a lot of contention. I'm not going to, say that, like, if you're somebody that's a big fan of the Sakura series, or you like King Protea, no fault or blame is being laid at her feet. However, King Protea is a contentious unit this summer because they decided to occupy 2 of the spots with King Protea and King Protea Alter. And that is naturally just going to be a really weird choice by the devs. So I've criticized them for it. I don't really know what they were doing. They used to do this some back with the Saberfaces back in the day. So, you know, me being a huge Saberface fan, obviously I shouldn't have a bone to pick with this. But they stopped it for a reason, and it's been something that definitely was getting on people's nerves, so I'm surprised they went back to this. I think it's a-okay, like, if they had done a different Sakura series, but doing two of the same character within the same summer event is a little bit annoying at this point. So that's where a lot of people are having issue with this, but that is just a little bit of controversy surrounding the unit itself, not the unit's actual performance. So let's go ahead and let's talk about Summer King Protea and where she can be good. Let's start out by talking about stats. We'll go through her kit and basically round it off by talking about her Noble Phantasm, compositions she can be used in, and damage numbers and refund numbers and the like. So you guys can see she has 11k attack for Immune Cancer. This is not great. It's definitely on the lower end of all 5 stars, but we see this sometimes with rulers as well. It just is what it is. On the other hand, her HP is very thick at 15k, so she's at least going to be able to take a beating, and this is not including her skills, so definitely a little bit of capability on top of that, plus the ability to, like, you know, Gold Foe and things like that, Grail, you name it. So does have 51 star absorption, 0.78 NP charge, attack. Those are going to kind of be her main focal points for you guys. The star absorption is not great, but it's not awful either. It's at least a little bit above average for Immune Cancer. NP charge attack being at 0.78 is understandable given the fact that she is a Buster-centric unit. And as you guys can see, she is female gender. Her basic traits are animal characteristics, normal servant, divinity, giant, humanoid, immune to pigify, mechanical, non-hominidae, Sakura series, summer mode servant, super large, and weak to Intima Elish. She's a triple buster deck, so keep that in mind. She's got that gorilla deck, as we like to refer to it as, where you can just kind of go Oonga Boonga and press red, but that is going to make it a little bit more difficult to try and form mighty chains with her, especially with her having a buster-based Noble Phantasm. Take a look at her active skills here. She has an increase of her max HP on her first skill here for 3 turns by up to 5k. I actually kind of really just like the way this skill works comparatively to her original form, because her original form has a lot more of a wind-up effect. Obviously, it can go a lot higher than 5k, but frankly, this is just a set it and forget it type of skill. I like that. It's much simpler to use for your average player. So again, definitely a nice max HP up, aka heal there, of 5k. Gonna charge her own NP gauge by up to 50%. Also nice, something that I think original Protea lacked without, you know, having to kind of cost herself in some way, shape, or form. So it gets rid of a little bit of the demerit side of that and just makes it a straight up charge skill. Increases her own attack for 3 turns by up to 30%, and evil and good alignment power mods of 30% each for 3 turns as well here, all on a 6-turn cooldown. Her second skill ignores evasion for 3 turns, increases her own buster performance for 3 turns by up to 30%, increases her own critical damage for 3 turns by up to 50%, and grants herself a debuff on attack for 3 turns that whenever she normal attacks will remove the latest buff from an enemy, similar to like you've seen, say, with Bardcast. So definitely a very nice thing for her. Also inflicts target capture debuff for 3 turns to them, which is going to be a super effective modifier for her Noble Phantasm. All of this, again, as well on a 6-turn cooldown. And then her third skill here, Kaiju Baby EX, is going to grant her self-debuff immunity for 3 turns, self-invincibility for 3 attacks, 3 turns, giving her even more survivability on top of her already very thick HP. And then grant herself debuff on attack for 3 turns that inflicts defense down by 10% for 3 turns to the enemy when attacking with Buster cards, and it activates before the Buster card actually lands. So basically, every time she busters, she's going to keep stacking defense downs for 3 turns of 10% on the enemy. You're going to gain critical stars every single turn for 3 turns, up to 15 if you have the skill maxed, and gain critical stars immediately when you press the skill up to 15. This skill, however, is on a 7-turn cooldown, so this is going to make something like the 5th Append a little bit more valuable for her, as they definitely don't want you getting back to the skill or double stacking it. The key to understand is that attacking with Buster cards language there does mean that the NP will also apply a defense down. Her passive skills are independent action, territory creation, madness enhancement, and goddess essence. Definitely a strong goddess essence there as well, with the 25% debuff resistance, as well as the damage increase by a flat 250 extra damage. Her Yokai Shume detective is going to increase her critical stars every single turn by 3. So a little bit of a nice passive there, and also an additional 2 if she's on the waterside battlefield. And then her other one here is going to increase critical star absorption of her Buster cards by 30%, making it easier for her to soak stars. And that's where, again, I'm going to say the star absorption for her being a Moon Cancer is not really a big deal. From here, we have the append skills. Her third one is Anti-Lancer, attack damage aptitude. There's not really a synergy here per se, so I would say you don't really have to go after this. You can if you want, but ultimately I think the fifth skill for the skill reloading is going to be super valuable for her. If you're looking at some other options, maybe the extra attack, maybe the special attack finesse, she shouldn't need mana loading, but it can still be useful in certain scenarios, especially if you want to start her out with a 30% charging support instead of a 50% charging. So consider that as well. Basically, everything other than the third skill could potentially have a use. Her Noble Phantasm is a 6-hit Buster NP. It's basically going to be AoE, and it's going to increase her own NP damage by 20% for 1 turn when super large allies except herself are on the field. And it will activate first. It's going to deal damage to all enemies, deal 150% extra damage to enemies that have the target capture status, which, as you remember, she can apply with her second skill. This is a super effective modifier she can apply herself. Then also reduces their defense by 20% for 3 turns after the damage has already gone out. And then adds waterside battlefield status to the field for 5 turns. This will increase those stars per turn, as well as potentially set up anybody else that needs the waterside battlefield for their kit. It is considered a Millennium Castle-like effect. That is to say, it's a field effect that goes into the top right corner. Definitely an interesting aspect to that one. Her Overcharge effect is going to increase her NP damage for 3 turns, which means it will stack as you keep NPing with her. It's base 10%, but can go up to 30% at 500%. So this is at least a valuable damage additive sort of overcharge effect for an MP. Talking about King Protea's actual charge scenarios here and where I think you could potentially use her. Obviously, with just a standardized format, you can use her with double Coin Sky and Oberon, and you'd be pretty good, especially with the new 10% plug suit that we have in the game, and you could easily kind of just operate her based off of that, but you would need the mana loading pen for something like this to work. However, this is her path to being able to start from 0, as she is a 50% charging unit, so that's just the way to understand it. Otherwise, your best case scenario is going to be starting her out with something like, let's say, Aerial Drive or Cranking, something that's a 50% CE that has good damage on it that can help her out in that department, as well as maybe have full attack if you've leveled it up. That's kind of where we see her being used in a single target environment. However, she's a 50% charging Buster unit that does have some party synergy here, so you can use her in a multiple damage dealer setup. You can use her as somebody that's just going to take out a wave and kind of help out the rest of the party, help maybe keep them alive through some persistent or more annoying effects. So I do think there is some potential here, especially given that max HP up, because it can offset the HP drain that someone like the Coin Skias have on the party. Now, when we talk about her damage numbers, keep in mind, Summer King Protea is going to have a lot. Now, we've broken this down for you guys into 2 categories here. The top one is going to be Summer King Protea. This is her under her own power. That is to say, it does not include any sort of external buffs. These are raw numbers against a neutral target. So, baseline damage numbers here. And you guys can see she has her normal damage. She has the good and evil power mods. She also can combine them. However, realistically, this does not happen unless you've conferred the evil trait on somebody. She has her target having the super effective modifier, And then again, the ability to combine all of these for some pretty crazy scalable damage in that regard. But these numbers can get even higher if she has a giant ally in the party with her. Keep in mind that, again, this is something that can be done to allow King Protea to have that extra NP damage. But, again, it just depends on the scenario, because it does not include herself, so you'd have to get it set up particularly for that. Now, let's look at our actual damage numbers with her in that devoted composition. So 2 times Coin Sky of Light, Oberon, level 100 Black Grail, and then the version 3 of the plug suit, aka the newest plug suit that has 10% charge on it. You can see damage numbers here are still neutral in a neutral environment, but they are at least now having the benefit of external buffs and being in a proper composition with a proper Mystic Code equipped. And so now you guys can see there's a lot more capability here. And this is just looking at NP1. Obviously, if you start scaling that up to NP2, things start getting pretty freaking ridiculous, just for all of the sheer possibilities. So Summer King Protea, while she's maybe not the flashiest unit, has a lot of potential capabilities in her kit for niches that she can exploit and ways that she can amplify damage. And that's definitely going to be an interesting one. Now, you may note that we did not do the combined good and evil one for this particular slide. That is because the only enemy in the entire game that even has that specifically on them is God Juna. So unless you're facing God Juna, you can't really expect to reasonably see those numbers unless, like I said, you tried to do some shenanigans to impart the evil trait to somebody. For the super effective, we also gave her the 1 Buster card per turn modifier in there just for extra damage. And again, we only included the singular power mod instead of the double up of both of them. As for comparisons, she is a Buster AoE Moon Cancer. So the fairly obvious one that we're going to compare her to is Arcuid. And as you guys can see, Arcuid basically just going to trounce her in terms of raw damage. But as we start getting into the power mods, essentially, if we even have like the man attribute in here for Koyanskaya, you've got a little bit more firepower, but ultimately that's something that Arcuid can do as well. So there's a little bit of a shift here. So you're pretty much going to need her super effective modifier or an additional power mod in there for her to surpass Arc. But again, Arcuid does have the ability to have her own niche as well there with Chaotic. So Arcuid's still going to kind of trounce her a little bit in terms of normal damage, but if you're in a particular environment or you maybe have multiple MP levels, things could still easily shift into the direction of Summer King Protea. We also have Summer BB. Summer BB's never been the strongest for, and this is the Buster version of Summer BB, by the way. Never been the strongest for overall damage output, but still no slouch here, as you guys could see. Still going to beat Summer King Protea outside of those niches, but ultimately King Protea can scale up a little bit higher than Summer BB. And then we do have the Hakunos as well, as you guys know, are a welfare that you guys can get MP5 of. They are not really going to be comparative in damage unless we start looking at essentially one of those modifiers in their case at MP5. And even then, still probably going to lose just outright handedly to NP one of them, because the Hakunos have a little bit of a different gimmick to the way their kit works. Yep. So in total, King Protea Moon Cancer, a very good unit. Definitely can bolster your Moon Cancer reserves if you guys need them. Now, obviously, NA right now is currently going through Ordeal Call 3, where we get just a glut of Moon Cancers added to the game. So it's maybe not the biggest appealing thing to a lot of players in that sense. Also, Arcuid being a little bit of a fan favorite definitely is some stiff competition for King Protea. But if you are a Sakura fan, this is definitely an interesting one. However, it is also interesting that she does compete with literally another Sakura series. So it's a little bit of an odd choice by the developers, but hey, what can we say? It's just Nasu and Wada Arco trying to do some pretty crazy stuff here, especially with the whole giant thing going on again. So let me know what you guys think about King Protea and where you guys see yourself using her I'll be interested to hear your thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. Later. Ah. Yeah, and there's your Ascensions chant. Yeah. Got Ryder Lilith. Also, does anyone need me at the moment? I'm just checking back to chat to make sure I'm not completely ignoring you guys. I still can't believe that. Branding KP Summer also nice. Okay. So next up we have Summer Lilith. Now, Lilith comes to us very quickly on the heels of the events of, well, I'm not going to spoil, but JP's story, shall we say. A lot of people were surprised that we were already getting a summer unit for her. It is what it is. I think she's a very popular unit, and honestly, I think she's actually the most popular offering in the current summer. So she's a little bit the bellwether for how this summer is going to perform in a lot of ways. That being said, I was surprised to see them announce her as a Rider. She's a quick-based Rider, and she is AoE. I was a little bit surprised at the fact that they didn't make a single target SSR quick Rider, because the only other one that we really have is Made Alter. So I was surprised that they didn't provide some competition to her at some point, even though she would be another summer unit. But the more I think about it, the more I realize why they didn't do that, because ultimately that would just compete with Berserker Lilith, and it would kind of be a little bit redundant. So I do get that they wanted to differentiate her at least a little bit from her other form and not make her kind of hit the same niche in that regard. So let's go ahead and let's talk about Lilith's kit. We're going to start out with her stats. We're going to go over, again, her actual skills, and then end up on her Noble Phantasm and talking about her refund numbers, potential compositions, and things for, again, her actual damage output. So we'll go ahead and give you guys the entire 411 on how Lilith works and what you guys need to know about her. So right off the rip, she is starting out at about 11.9k attack. This is not the strongest, honestly. I'm actually a little bit surprised they didn't go a little bit heftier on this, especially considering how anemic her HP is for a 5-star. Her HP value is 13k pretty much, which is very low for a 5-star. Something to definitely be concerned about, but we'll get into the kit and we'll talk about why these numbers are the way that they are. Her star absorption is 208, which is absurdly high, even for a Rider. She is going to soak all of the stars. Her star generation rate at 9.2, definitely going to also be pretty beefy there. And her NP charge attack is not too bad at 0.54. Her day threat's at 30%, so be a little bit careful of that. Her alignment is Chaotic Summer. She is female gendered. She has animal characteristics: Servant, Demon, Demonic Beast Servant, Divine Spirit, Divinity, Goddess Servant, Humanoid, Immune to Pigify, Non-Hominidae Servant, Riding, just normal Servant, Summer Mode Servant, and Weak to Enema Elish as her basic traits, because at this point we're like reading a grocery list whenever we read off someone's traits. Her deck is going to be double arts, double quick, and this is going to be further in line with her skills. So understand that means she has 4 NP generating skills. All the hit counts here are pretty stellar too, especially since the NP charge attack rate is not too bad. So her card performance should be pretty decent in terms of generating stars and generating Noble Phantasm. Talking about her active skills here, you guys can see her first skill grants the party evasion for 2 times 3 turns. That's going to help out with that HP already right there off the rip. And charge her own NP gauge by 50%. She's going to inflict confusion status for 3 turns to all enemies that has a 30% chance to activate the debuff that is Skill Seal on them for 1 turn. Her second skill is going to increase the party's quick and arts performance for 3 turns respectively of 20%, and also increase the party's critical damage for 3 turns by 30%. It's further going to increase the party's attack for 3 turns when on Darkness Battlefield by an additional 20%. Her third skill is going to now give a 100% chance to charm all enemies for 1 turn, which remember 100% is not a guarantee. If someone has magic resistance, that number can be lowered, but if they, in the absence of magic resistance, this would be a guarantee. They can increase the party's NP damage for 3 turns as well by 20%, and charge the party's NP gauge by an additional 20%. It will reduce the party's skill cooldowns by 1 turn, and also, as an optional, has a chance to grant a debuff on NP for 1 time 3 turns that will instant kill herself after activating her Noble Phantasm, ignoring Guts, and instant kill resistance. So this is a very interesting thing. She is a 5-star AoE writer that has party charge and the ability to choose to kill herself. This can help her rotate the party. This can help her bring somebody else in. It's an odd choice for a 5-star, but it's not the first time that we've seen it. We've definitely seen them do this with King Tut. So now we see them doing it with an AoE as well. And obviously this is something that has been the case from, all the way back at the beginning of the game with a Rash. So it's interesting, though, to see them do it with a higher rarity due to the party cost concerns of something like that. But it is an option. It's not something that you're forced into. So it is at least an interesting choice. Again, having the 50% charge for herself means that she is now a 70% charger between these 2 skills. She doesn't have a whole lot of passive skills, just writing EX to further increase her quick performance, Divinity B for some additional flat damage. Her append skills, her third one is Anti-Berserker Attack Damage Aptitude. This one could actually be useful to you, so keep that in your back pocket. The fifth append could be useful at lowering the cooldown of that third skill if you really wanted, but ultimately, mana loading's probably going to be the better option for you, just depending. And obviously things like extra attack finesse and special attack finesse for the additional critical damage are your prerogative as to whether or not you want to grab them, depending on the number of coins you have available. Looking at her Noble Phantasm, it is a 6-hit quick AoE NP that ignores invincibility for 1 turn, activating first, and then increases her own damage against the enemies with the confusion status by 50% for 1 turn. So, again, that's going to be something where she will at least have a 50% power mod here. It is going to go out before the damage, so it's definitely nice, but what determines it is not skill seal being on the enemy, it is the actual confusion clock, so please do not get that confused. She will then deal damage to all enemies and then reduce their defense by 20% for 3 turns after the damage has gone out. So if she loops again over the same enemy, she will keep looping harder and harder. Her overcharge effect, however, will deal extra damage to enemies with the charm status. It is a super effective modifier. So not only does she have a power mod, she also has a super effective modifier. And now with that final piece, again, because it's base 150%, we now understand why the attack power was kept so low. This is because she has so many modifiers in her kits. They worried about her scaling with all of the capabilities of the multiplicative nature of things within her kit to be able to combine and become greater than the sum of their parts. So it's definitely an interesting kit in that regard, but how does that translate into, let's say, refund? The refund for Lilith is not going to be the best. It's a quick unit. It's kind of what we expect. We're working with double Summer Scotty, which is going to kind of be, again, our baseline, but there's obviously units out there like Summer Tiamat and stuff that you guys can work with now. Still, you're looking at against just normal enemies, so not something that's like got an increased rate like casters. You're looking at 3 overkill hits against 3 enemies, basically meaning 1 overkill hit against each. That is to say, you killed the enemy barely. You're looking at about 27.59 right there, so almost 28% refund. That's not great, but even at a maximum of 18 out of 18 possible overkill hits, you'd only be achieving 38%. Now, your real goal here is probably going to be able to reach something like maybe 30%, just so that you can fill in with maybe like a waiver or, again, somebody else that can sort of split up their charge to help things out. But ultimately, remember, Lilith herself does have a 20% charge in her own kit, so that is a potential option. If we're up against casters, doing 0 out of 18 overkill hits would still reach the 30. If you're doing something as bad as Berserkers, you're looking at 3 out of 18 overkill hits, probably about 22%, so not great. But again, Lilith not really going to be known for the refund because she has 70% charge baked in. Take a look at the charge scenarios then and what that means for her. Lilith against 3 times casters, which as a writer would be something that would be fairly common for her. You're looking at her not needing the mana loading a pen, not needing a CE, just kind of starting out with double Summer Scotty there and popping both of her buffs, then utilizing her additional charge skills on later turns in combination with her refund and Oberon rotating in to be able to complete the 3-turn loop from 0. If we're looking at, again, a different scenario, maybe if we sub in a Summer Tiamat, as long as we get 6 out of 18 overkill hits in wave 2, we can make this work. But keep in mind, not every node is going to have a 3-3-X type of wave setup. You may end up with like 2 enemies in the first wave, 1 enemy in the second wave. So that sort of thing can be a little bit more difficult. Granted, she will at least have some capabilities there due to her charge skills, but that's not something we've modeled here for the actual compositional choices and to let you guys know the charge breakdown. If you wanted to use Summer Lilith in a multiple damage dealer setup, you absolutely could. Again, she has the party-wide evasion, she has the party-wide steroids, she does have party-wide charge, so she can work both as the devoted damage dealer in a composition as well as another piece of that quick puzzle for additional quick comps. So you can utilize her alongside other damage dealers and have her try to maybe take out her own wave while buffing them. That's always the possibility there for someone like this, especially given the fact she does have the ability to kill herself and rotate the party and bring someone else in. Taking a look at Lilith's self-damage numbers on her own, you guys can see she does have normal and darkness. She doesn't have the means to provide darkness herself, unfortunately. But looking at this, her normal raw numbers, not the best. As we add in Confusion for the power mod, it starts to get a little bit better. As we add in Charm, even better than that. As we combine both of them, you start getting some pretty hilarious numbers, especially for what should be a raw amount. And certainly if you add the darkness in there, you start getting a little bit even higher in that regard as you've added additional attack power to things. Taking a look at Lilith's proper damage numbers in kind of her best damage comp, you guys can see the damage numbers, again, raw, not too great here. These are still neutral environment numbers, but now we at least have the external buffs. Against Confusion, these start to approach what I would say is at least passable. Charm, hey, this is actually pretty decent, and if you combine both of them, you start getting really solid numbers. So definitely some scalability here. I wouldn't pay too much attention to the raw numbers because odds are you're going to backload things to try to make sure you're having the Confusion and Charm when you need it. Really, waves 1 and 2's raw numbers are where it's going to be at, where you're going to kind of expect to see those numbers a little bit more. But keep in mind, it's a little bit just going to be dependent on how you're trying to use her and what the node is that you're facing. For comparisons, we do have basically Noah in here. You guys can see Noah just kind of starts out immediately with a higher baseline, but doesn't quite scale as well as her. So there is some capabilities to surpass that. The Skandar, as you guys know, actually does have a charge skill now. So he can start out at least with cranking. And you guys can see, boom, there you go. Double Coin Sky Oberon. You can at least get him to about 307k. 400 if you're up against man attribute. Not the best, but still managing to hang in there. And Taigong Wang, probably a little bit more active competition to her. Against that demonic and divine niche, he'll hold himself really, really well. But ultimately, it's just going to boil down to like how many MP levels do you have, that sort of thing, especially for starting to compare. So ultimately, Lilith Rider doesn't have the best upfront damage, but scales really well down the line. Especially if you start getting multiple MP levels for her, she can easily be your best AoE Rider. So, how do you guys feel about Summer Lilith? Will you guys be rolling for her when she comes to NA? Have you already rolled for her on JP? And how do you guys feel about using her for those of you guys that are on JP? And I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts, and I will see you guys for the next one. And completely ignore the part where Rash's low cost is a big part of his appeal. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, let me be right back. I have to fill up my water. I'm literally out. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, sorry about that, chat. Having her in a standard MP5 on JP is a nice spot to be in for grinding Grand Rider. Yeah. Ugh. Don't think we'll ever get that Summer Jaguar. I do. Okay, chat. Next up, we have Komachi. Okay, yeah, it's up to you, Avalon. If you can, go for it. If not, it's fine. Summer Drake is never coming home. Yeah. Komachi's dad. Yeah, Komachi is still a little bit odd to me with how they did her this time around, but I remind myself she's AoE, right? Yep. I did get to use Komachi during the summer event already. Yeah, I would hazard a guess that she's a little bit similar to, like, say, Shonagon. Just based off the limited things that I used her for, so. Okay, next up, guys, we have Ono no Komachi, our newest 4-star AoE archer. She's definitely a little bit of an interesting choice for a summer unit. I have heard things like she was much more popular on the JP side of the community and things like that. I think it's perfectly fine. It's another one where I think when I was looking at the summer choices this year, I was a little bit perplexed as to why they chose certain characters, but ultimately I haven't read the JP story, so I don't know. So I will find out more, in probably 2 years when it comes to NA. But she definitely seems like she has a very interesting kit, and we're going to talk about that here today. We're going to start out by talking about her stats, go through her skills, talk about her Noble Phantasm, and then start breaking down things like her refund numbers, her composition capabilities, and obviously her damage output. So, let's go ahead and start out by mentioning the fact that as a 4-star, Komachi has 10k attack. This is actually a really good stat for a 4-star to have. It's rare to see units that have 10k attack. I feel like they've become more common a little bit in the later years of FGO. But usually our 4-stars have, I'd say like 9k is a good number for attack, and 8k is more of a middling number. But we've definitely seen things trend upward over time, as there's a little bit of a damage race out there. For HP, she still only got 10k, almost 11k, but definitely a little bit of a concern there, so it is what it is. Her star absorption is 156, definitely high for an archer, and she's only got 0.48 MP charge attacks, so maybe a little bit of a concern there on overall refund, especially since she is a quick unit, but we'll talk about that as we go down. Basically, she is neutral balanced alignment. She is female gendered, and she has a traits of group servant, hominidae servant, humanoid, normal servant, summer mode servant, and weak to Enma Elish. So a little bit of a weird ensemble there, but not a, crazy list like we've seen with some of the other units. She has the double arse, double quick deck here. Definitely going to be solid for NP generation with cards due to that. All of her hit counts are at least average or higher, which is pretty much standard at this point, so no concerns there. And her first skill starts out by being a party, quick, and arts performance increase boost of 3 turns by up to 20% each. It's also going to charge the party's NP gauge by 20%. I'm not the hugest fan of pairing a steroid with a charge skill, but it is what it is. It's much more common nowadays than it has been in the past. Her second skill increases the party's NP damage for 3 turns by up to 20%, charges the party's NP gauge every turn for 3 turns by a base of 5%, but up to 10%, and then overcharge the party's NP by 1 stage for 1 time 3 turns. So definitely a potential use there if we started trying to form a quick version of the invincible comp. Her third skill grants herself invincibility for 3 attacks, 3 turns, and increases her own critical damage for 3 turns by up to 50%. Also gains her critical stars every turn for 3 turns up to 15, and then charges her own gauge up to 30. So this does turn her into a 50% charging unit in that regard, combined with the NP charge of the party for the first skill. Her passive skills here are just going to include magic resistance, independent action, and a weird Bodhisvata incarnate that doesn't seem to have an effect. Her third append is anti-ruler attack damage aptitude. While this is a little bit of a rare one, we're talking about an archer here. Not really a whole lot of synergy there. I don't recommend going for this. The mana loading skill could definitely be useful to her, so it's probably where I would go first. Obviously, things like skill reloading could be useful for getting back to the skills the first time, but she is a quick unit, and they're not necessarily known for operating on their cooldown reduction, so to me, not the biggest deal here for her to have that. I would rather go with the mana loading and then maybe start looking at either the extra attack finesse or the special attack finesse improvement that increases critical damage. Her Noble Phantasm is a 5-hit AoE quick NP that increases damage against enemies with evil alignment by 50% for 1 turn activating first. So it's a 50% power mod, meaning it will impact not only the Noble Phantasm, but also any cards that come after the fact. It's going to deal damage to all enemies and then deal super effective damage to enemies that have the man attribute, as they just kind of keep proliferating this ability to operate with super effective modifiers just kind of under the servant's either own power or in a very easily usable thing. So man attribute being one of the main big 3 attributes out of the 5 that are available means that this is going to be a very common super effective modifier for her to be able to use in tandem with that evil alignment. She's then going to inflict burn of 1,000 damage for 3 turns to them and spread fire status for 3 turns that will increase the burn's damage by 100%, basically doubling its damage to 2,000. She's going to then, with her overcharge, increase her own MP damage for 3 turns, base 10%, activating first. So definitely a nice stacking NP damage up effect that we can use in tandem with someone like Oberon to really get some good firepower. How this is going to look for her in refund, though, is going to be interesting because, as we suspected, refund numbers are not great. Again, with a quick unit, refund numbers are never really going to be their strongest point in most cases. Add in the fact that she is not got the best NP gain rate, and you kind of see essentially there with 3 overkill hits, you're looking at about 20% in a normal environment. Against basically berserkers, you're looking at only 16% in 3 overkill hits, which is sort of against 3 enemies that base minimum of what you would expect unless you just didn't kill at all. So essentially, she's not going to have the best refund. You're really going to have to brute force her in terms of her charge. So let's talk about that. How would that look for Komachi in a charge environment? Well, if we wanted to set her up with double Summer Scotty and Oberon, we would be looking at starting her out with that mana loading append, utilizing her own self 30% charge there in turn 1 and then one of the Summer Scotties, then compensating with her party charge skill on turn 2, the other Summer Scotty, kind of combining that with her refund numbers, and then the sort of 10% regen that she gets as well from her skills. And then that should be enough for her second NP, and then using all of Oberon's skills, plus the refund, plus the regen again, to really kind of help her get to that 100% again. She's a little bit on pins and needles, and she's going to need 5 out of 15 overkill hits for that to work, but it is possible. If you do not get something like that, you're going to have to use the Mystic Code that provides you with 10% charge. So essentially the difference here is using a better plug suit that can give more damage versus having to use the 10% charge plug suit that you acquire much later in the game and won't necessarily be available to everyone. So this does make Komachi a little bit weird as a devoted damage dealer in that regard. But as you guys have already seen, she's got a lot of party-oriented things in her kit, including party charge. This does mean she can be utilized alongside other units to help them pop off. So maybe Komachi comes in, takes out a wave for you, buffs the party, and then you let somebody else in the party do the heavy lifting. That is absolutely a possibility for her. So again, another sort of hybrid unit that works as both the devoted damage dealer and a party support specialist. But to me, she's maybe not going to be the best devoted damage dealer. Again, as a 5-star, though, you should at least be able to get additional copies of her potentially and help shore up those numbers. Speaking of those numbers, let's talk about them. As you guys can see, she does have the evil niche here, as well as the man super effective modifiers. These are self-buffs only, so they are raw in a neutral environment, no external buffs being provided. And you guys can see, with both of the power mod and super effective modifiers in effect, her damage numbers are actually not too shabby. Granted, even at MP5, they're not going to go too crazy high, so it is what it is. Taking a look at her damage numbers in a proper composition, we're going to be looking at, again, double Summer Scotty and Oberon with a level 100 Black Grail, and probably the version 3 of the plug suit to help things out. Now, again, this is going to be something that these numbers are neutral, but they now include the, damage buffs from the Mystic Code, from the support units that are alongside of her. So now we can get a little bit more firepower out of here and see where the scaling is. Again, Evil and Man are very likely to be somewhat overlapped. So you guys can see, getting both of those would really help scale up her damage numbers significantly, especially as we start heading towards NP2 and potentially even NP5 over here. Basically rounding out all of our numbers at a strong 500k performance there at NP5. So that is definitely solid if you can manage to get her niches in play and you can manage to get obviously multiple copies of her. For comparisons, we do have Seishonagon, who is another 5-star quick AoE archer, and a little bit the numbers are going to look somewhat reminiscent. The problem with Sei is obviously with her being a 5-star, you're not going to have easy access to getting additional copies of her, like you might at least with Komachi when her banner rolls around, since 4-stars somewhat have a tendency to be easier to roll. I say somewhat because we all know how summer banners work, and they can definitely be a little bit of a crazy time when it comes to having multiple rate up 4-stars. But ultimately, 5-stars in general are a little bit harder to get. There's also Ishtar here for comparison, who's going to do decidedly more damage, at least just normally. Now, as we start considering the scaling that Komachi could have, yes, she could outpace her, but, you know, if even an MP2 Ishtar is in play here, we're looking at you definitely needing, like, multiple stacking niches and very high MP levels of Komachi to be able to compete. And Ishtar still has her buff that allows her to basically just crit down entire waves, so it is the way it is at this point. Atalanta is also going to be another easy comparison towards her. There is also Summer Ilya, but at least for the purposes of this, we just kind of wanted comparison to let you guys see where we're standing at this. Atalanta did get recent buff. She does have the Wild Beast niche now. So we are looking at potentially decent scaling for her. Her numbers in Wave 1 and 2, not the best, but at least having that huge spike on Wave 3 from her steroid can definitely help her out quite a bit. And with her being a permanent unit, a lot of people will already have her at MP5, where her performance won't necessarily be niche dependent and be a lot better. So is Komachi somebody that you guys need? In my earnest opinion, no, I don't think she's the strongest 4-star out there, but she can be useful to you in other ways. And that's the big reason why I wanted to talk about it. If you feel like her damage is not so stellar, rest assured, you can still find usage for her in the backlines and in sort of these multiple damage dealer setups where she can help somebody else carry that load. How do you guys feel about Ono no Komachi Summer? And what would you guys like to see them maybe change about her if you think she needs to be stronger? Or how do you guys see yourself using her if not? Again, I'll be curious to hear you guys' thoughts as always. Thank you guys for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you guys for the next video. Niantic and Black Grail Loop. Her refund's really good. The problem with her is she needs refund. Like, at least now she has charge, but it was one of those deals of, like, back in the day, if you were up against, like, a 2-enemy wave, good luck. That's going to make it a lot more difficult for her. So it is what it is. Hate that they made her a pseudo-male unit. Hey! I get it, but ultimately, to me, it's like, what you gonna do, right? Like, at least at this point, the sprite doesn't seem to include it. Now, I have not paid close attention to it, but it is the way it is. But yeah, I think, like, literally, so, I know it's her father, but I get, like, extreme Kamina vibes from Gurren Lagann when I see shit like this. It's like Kamina and Jack from Final Fantasy X had a baby. Has Atalanta on it when rolls roll around? Well, there's always 4-star tickets. Assuming we have another one. Okay, so chat, that is going to be it on covering the new units tonight. As Avalon said, we need a little bit more time to cook on KP Alter, and because of that, we also didn't get to Bichon. So we will cover them tomorrow. But that should be the last two that we need to do. And we will convert over to doing story now. Well. Did I cover the Ashwataman buff? No, I have not. I can very quickly if you guys want, but actually, no, I probably should not cover that because I do not have numbers for that. I mean, realistically, it's just a 30% burn mod, but we can lump it in tomorrow. Could have sworn he covered Habby first. I did not cover Habby first. We also do need Habitrot, but Habitrot's a little bit of a difficult one for Avalon to model. Like, Habitrot can't loop within reason. The loop would be with a K-scope. So there's that. Probably will skip the summer when it comes to NA. I'm really not that enthusiastic about it. It really does to me seem like Lilith and Benny are the best units here, and I don't think either of them is a gotta have. It definitely, I would say it depends on what you currently already have. Like, if you have something that, I don't know, just is not like adequate in your eyes and you wanted to go for them, or you just really like the characters, it is what it is. Like, again, this is why I think this is a very polarizing summer, is because a lot of people do not like how they designed this summer. But then there's people that are like, no, I'm a huge fan of this character, you're wrong. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you can't argue with somebody when it's like their favorite character got a summer unit, right? Like, it is what it is. But at the same time, yeah, I feel like I look at that and I go like, like, I think that's already an issue when you have people pointing out flaws and the only defense is, but I like the unit, right? I'm not saying those people are wrong to like it, just that that's definitely a sign that the devs could have done a better job. I win! Thank you for the 89. How's it going, buddy? When more we get to the 90s, cue the yo-yo ball commercials. Yep. We're gonna have to party like it's 99 soon. At least since I'm already, everything is luxury now in NA. Yeah, exactly. Okay, chat. Where am I? I'm on NA. I'm looking at things. So, as you guys know, we do have only a couple more days to be able to finish the missions for OC3's timed ones here in the short term. The actual mission to complete OC3 entirely is still 43 days in the future. I'm not really concerned about that. We'll get that done. Hopefully, we are going to finish Ordeal Call 2 tonight. Tonight, chat. We are making it my goal. I am on section 22. Mission start. I'm going to kill the Abby. I'm sorry. It's just because she's singing really loud. And we're going to look further into revenge. Oh, wait. We already read this. And I failed this fight. Correct, chat? And I have to think about how I want to handle this fight that I don't remember because it's been a hot second since I fought this fight. Well, Hardest is already helping me out right there. So this is Saberface only, as you guys know. If memory serves, I got very far using Castoria Berserker. We reviewed Benny last week. She was the one unit we actually got to. That's level 2. Oh, shit, you are right. Thank you, chat. Also, is it just me or is there no sound? Okay, there's definitely sound. There's just no music. Section 22. The Count of Quisto. Doing some real esports with that setup? I mean, you're not wrong. Not debuffed. I mean, there is always the option. Like, I can go double X here. I'm not sure that double X is the solution to this. I'd be rage quit on one of the fights. I don't remember OC3 being that hard. Except for, like, the last fight of OC3 is also a little bit of a, like, what the heck if you don't expect it. One latest defensive buff from all enemies. Yeah, that's a little shit. I'm just reminding myself of what he does. I gotta look at the Count of Monte Cristo's kit and remind myself he does have self-invincibility. But did he ever use it? Cat, did I ever have to like carve through his invincibility? I don't remember that. You did Saberface Moon Cancer? Yep. Huh. I'm just trying to think if there's like something better I want to do here. Specifically for this. I feel like I just need to throw myself in again, but it's gonna take a little bit of luck on my part. Okay. So I really need to be using my master skills. Okay, so that's what's determining his charge. It's the stacks of Hellfire of Vengeance. That was the other thing, is I was not sure how to deal with that. Which... I don't think I can prevent Hellfire of Vengeance anyways. So now the question is, what's my best option Mystic Code-wise? Like, he's gonna carve through evasion and invuln. The only guts one is a buster one. I could do cooldown reduction. This is probably the best bet. Can you stun him? No. No, he's debuff immune the entire fight. Wait, Mantle of Count of Money Crystal has 5% resistance against attacks and 45% resistance against attacks from non-Avenger enemies. But you can't use Avenger enemies in this fight. So what the fuck is the point of it? Why do I even care that he has 5% resistance? It's just, for all intents and purposes, the guy has 50% resistance. Is this a blind run? What do you mean? Like what's your definition of a blind run? Yeah, I have played through on JP before, but I have not read it. Yeah, 50% reduction is just rough, dude. Okay, cool. So that is already 1, 2, 4, 6. So when he gets to 7, he charges to full and impedes me. Guess I'll die then. Now looking at the mechanics of the fight, trying to discover themselves. I already fought it the last time we streamed, right at the end of stream, and I lost. So we're happy to come back, and I did look at the mechanics just to familiarize myself, because it was literally the last week, and I don't fucking remember. But I do think there's the capability for me to not horrifically lose and die. The real problem is the curve stacks. They do eventually just wear me out. So, worst case, if this doesn't work, I'm going to go back and I'm just going to start slapping healing command codes on everyone, because that is actually the counter to this fight. Go. We're gonna do that. We're gonna basically abuse this just for more. Problem is the cleanse here is really like not great. I maybe should have just gone with OG Mystic Code and just said whatever. If he goes through my evasion, he does. But at least now I understand like what to look for and when to expect him to charge the full. Okay, so like for instance here, he purged all of my buffs. Which it said, if there are at least 7 stacks of Hellfire's Vengeance on the player's servants, he will remove all defensive buffs from all enemies, charges MP gauge to max, and increases attack by 20% for 1 turn. But he didn't do that. He didn't charge to max. Also, I didn't have everything. So, did he just hit me with the, hey, I removed 1 latest defensive buff? Like, trying to diagnose what he's actually doing in the fight is, I think, the more odd thing here. Because he just has a bunch of, like, layered shit. Yeah, I could definitely try to let something like that happen. Yeah, okay, so literally he does not have enough. Even if he applies 3 more, he still doesn't have enough. So what did this man do? Well, if I don't change something, he's just gonna do the same damn thing. I have no idea if this will actually change the seed, but we'll try. Okay, that might. That might very well, since it reduced the cooldown of skills. That certainly will. I was not a fan of this fight. Hello, Agent. I don't think it's too bad. It's, like, literally, I could easily counter this fight if I weren't forced to use only Saberfaces. And I know I'm forcing myself, right? Like, it's not like, oh, woe is me or anything like that. But, like, Yeah, the issue here is Saberfaces aren't the best healer. Otherwise, I probably would just like slap Proto Merlin in this party and start laughing at him. Okay. This basically isn't the best turn to blow either of the Castoria's MPs, nor is it to try and triple arts them, so we just go for refund and damage here. The curse immunity? What do you mean? Oh, was that the effect of one of the Mystic Code effects? Let me see. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Mystic Code middle skill? Is it specifically? Oh, I just assumed it was any skill in any order, not specifically the middle skill. So that's interesting. Because it, like, the thing I'm reading on the wiki is, like, when the second master skill is used. Now I realize what you're saying. That means the middle skill. I read that as the second use of a master skill. I don't know, man. Okay, who got fucked there? I knew that was gonna happen. That is so unfortunate, dude. The fact that he just one-turned that Castoria is a little ridiculous, considering he removed the latest debuff. Or sorry, he removed the latest defensive buff. That got rid of the solemn defense. I had invuln on her, but he pierced it because that's what his MP does. And then he hit her down to nothing, got rid of the guts, and killed her after that. All in one turn. It's like actually kind of insane. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. She just dies. If that is the case, we use her NP. That's the only change. Since we know she's dead, we use her NP instead. Marvelous play from the boss, you know? Sometimes you can't win, chat. Oh, he just removed everyone's. Never mind.
Is
there a taunt in your caster you didn't know about? I have no idea. I'm pretty sure that's just lay standard boss hates your your support characters. Wait, is he Sky? He shouldn't be Sky. Yeah, that's what I thought he's Earth. Okay. I just was like, hold on. Am I dumb? Okay. I have no idea how much that is. It's 100%. That's... Yup! That's about what I thought. I could use that. Try to make sure the NP here kills. His guts is annoying, I know. Basically, it's gonna force his NP here, though. Like, at this point, he should be dead. I should just win this because I got much deeper without him fucking me this time. I think that was really, I don't think I needed to look up anything in the end. I think it was just, he got astronomically good luck against me, and I was just fucked. It's like, there's nothing you can do. There's a point where you're just fucked. Get fucked. But yeah, this fight was a lot less difficult than I thought it was. Like, he basically had everything go his way possible last time. This time, I avoided him NPing until, like, his final break bar. The fucking is now? I mean, yeah. I always wait for that sort of thing on a boss to happen. Because you never know. Are you... Okay. I hated that it paused there for a second. I was like, wait, was Jay right? Is he gonna be like, just kidding and restore his health bar? Puts all his break bars back to maximum. Took a couple runs to figure it out. It only took 2 for me, but yeah, I could not figure out on that first run when he was going to NP. And sometimes just knowing when the enemy is going to NP is the biggest advantage. Oh, well, hold up. Those who ever reach for the sky may lay claim to a star. And that's not my final fight, if I remember correctly. By my feet, is that... What, is this like by Odin's beard? By my feet! It's by Odin's beard, but for foot fetishists. Which is why I'm not picking it yet. Time for you to wake the fuck up, samurai. He's just going off to be Johnny Silverhand in Cyberpunk. Whoa, hey, calm down. Asking someone if they're in their bedroom. Man, that was one hell of an acid trip. So we didn't do the fight, chat, so I know there is a twist coming. And I want you guys to understand. I remember there is one more fight from the JP side of things. I know that's kind of spoilery, but I remember there's one more fight. At least. It's similar to Shimosa? Yeah, okay. Mash, give us a hug. Not drunk Oni stirring up your insides. I really liked Shimosa. Is OC2 better than it? I think I prefer the characters in OC2 more, with one exception. I really like Musashi in OC2. Sorry, not OC2, Shimosa. It wouldn't just sucker punch us, would it? Yes. Yes, it would. I'm so curious to see how it happens now. Now, like, since I know what the final fight is, I'm so curious. Delta was amazing. The story, I do agree with that. Clearly, whoever wrote it was a huge Jalter fan. Yeah, Gordolf has definitely evolved a lot. And that's why I say, like, when people read other singularities and like, oh, I hated this character, that character, I'm like, don't get me wrong, I get it. Like, I didn't like Castor and Pollux in Lost Belt 5, right? But at the same time, you have to allow a chance for the character to redeem themselves. Because, like, otherwise we would still be hating Gordolf. I mean, even in the end, Jason still did the right thing. Gordoff pseudo with like Zeus. Oh god. Yeah, and he just goes Goff punch. Like, I get it, but... like, what the fuck is this? I get that they're trying to lull us, but this is a little heavy-handed. I'll try one of the specials. Also, LOL at that counting as a completed quest. But there are still characters I have very little, if any, time for. Yeah, and that's fine. I'm just trying to say, like... and I'll give you guys another example. Another example was Scheherazade. Scheherazade and Agartha, people hated her. And I'm like, did you realize that Scheherazade actually redeems herself in her, like... accompanying stories and like the interludes and stuff that are with her, and like later appearances and events and things. And I've heard people that are like still like, no, I still hate her. And I'm like it's all explained. Ah, yes, PTSD. It's also funny that, like, they don't show us... Like, chat. They are literally taking the stance of, hell don't show, for Dante's life. Like, we are currently dreaming of Dante's life, and they are not taking the time as developers to show us that. Instead, they chose to be like, what dinner do you want, master? And like waste all the time on that, which that's why I was reacting the way that I was. I was like, what the fuck? Like, who cares? Why are we reading? And then meanwhile, they don't show us like what could be a really cool cutscene of like more of Dante's stuff. Maybe we're gonna get it anyways. Chateau Diff. Okay, you ever compare your house to your friends and you're like, damn, I hit him with the Chateau Diff. getting people to have an open mind for a character they heavily dislike. Oh, I agree with that. I do like... I think that's why I say, like, in Gordolf's case, over time, he has been developed more and more and more, so that now you like him. You don't even remember disliking him. But everybody disliked Gordolf at first. He definitely still had, like, an air of, like, he's kind of a pompous windbag that people do kind of like. But I think everybody disliked him at first for what happened. And then, as we were forced into our journey with him, we began to begrudgingly like him. So it's kind of the same thing. It's like if you were forced to sit there with like Scheherazade and she was now one of the main characters of the story, or Dioscuri in that regard, right? Like a similar situation. All of a sudden you might find yourself finally beginning to like the character. But I do agree, it takes time, it takes effort. And it's an uphill battle for sure. Dead apostle. Would have had the advantage of screen time. Right, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like, for them to truly make it so that you don't hate the character, they have to actually give you some exposition, right? Wait. For love. Because love is the only way. As we all know from Dr. Hakim. I think the other thing to remember, chat, okay, like in the case of Dioscuri and Shez, is that the events of a singularity are usually driven by that particular version of the unit. What do I mean? The Shez that occurred in Agartha is not the Shez in Ur Chaldea. The Dioscuri that occurred in LB5 is not your Dioscuri. And you'll often see this if you talk to the characters. They might make reference to it. What? Sometimes I've been the shadow at your feet, sometimes I've been right behind you. I mean, it's certainly not Morpheus. So is this Neuron? It would fit. Or is this gonna be like something a bit more abstract? So this is who was with us the whole time. Yeah, UI. Where I've come, it feels more like someone called me here to Tokyo. Wait, was it this zoomed in last time? I don't remember. Oh. Sorry, chat. I'm attempting to take a photo. There we go. Because I want a good picture of this character. Sorry, I'm waiting on the capture card. The only scraps that remain of his heart, feelings, memories, and regrets. Like, there's no way. This is practically a goddess with how they've set her up. And furthermore, that's exactly what that earring indicates. And what he lost and may never regain hope? Edie. Okay. Yeah. He was just standing in the prison tower, yeah. This is such a, and I just want to say this, chat, this is such a good design. Like, holy fuck, sometimes Type Moon just, like, goes all out on literally, like, you guys have all pointed out, like, an NPC jail character. And I'm like, but why? Hades nuts? Ah! I wish for the Avengers to assemble. You admire this design you will only see once, right? Like, actually fucking insane. All the Avengers. They're not aura farming. I do like that she's here literally as a reference to the tower event. The dregs of any malignant data still loitering with ill intent. Damn, they literally are not going to reuse that design. That's insane. Actually insane. Okay, I guess I am forced to use non-saber faces. Based entirely off the count. And of course, they did not, in fact... Such insane attack power, dude. Prepare to get Chateau diffed. He just kicked his ass whenever other reason there be. That's right, I wouldn't have won if he were 10-10-10 skills. I love how when the line ends on the name there, it ends up as like F-love. F-love and hate. Yeah, they're okay giving you NP, right? Yeah. They're damn nuisances. Okay. Of course. That implies that Jalter was able to talk to Haiti. Yeah, I figured. This is just everybody's back. So now all the Avengers just live in our brain, chat. Yeah, the Avengers assembled in our brain. It's not a tumor! Now they're gonna combine. Gataida! Yeah, I still think the OG Dante's art is better. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I know some people like the new Dante's. I prefer the original. We're gonna try refreshing, but I'm gonna assume I'm stuck. Of course I am. What am I facing? Oh, is this just fodder? Yeah, so I can't even not use this. I wish to use my own. I wish to use my own Jalter. Damn you. It's like they knew, chat. They've always known. I was gonna say, with their attack power, you should be able to card them. like how Dantes runs forward and then turns around. Fucking love Dantes, man. He, like, originally, back in the day. Oh, you fucking evil bastards. Originally, back in the day, Dantes was the reason that I faltered for Jolter. I was going to roll for Jolter, and I still did, but I had a, like, change of heart last second and tried to, like, throw some courts at Dantes because I just really liked how cool he was. New one's kind of generic anime. Yeah. The new one is over-designed in my opinion, but I don't know. It is what it is. No, I can't do that.
Yeah.
Prepare to get Chateau Diff. They will pay exactly, Peanut. We'll be back to Fate Sister story. I have no idea what their, like, plan is. You'd have to talk to Trub. He might have some inkling. I mean, obviously, the quote-unquote spoilers from the JP event is that they revealed another character for that. So, we'll see. We'll see what that's gonna be like. I mean, they said the stuff will probably be done in a year, but I assume that was a year from, like, anniversary, not a year from, like, oh, we're partway through the year. Yes, it is, Peanut. I mean, I'm not going to say. If chat wants to discuss it privately, they can, but please don't say anything in chat. As to, like, the true identity. Hmm. No comment. Don't tell her we said that, even though all of this is in her head. So this isn't quite what I predicted. I was predicting that Dantes was wanting us to feel the flames of hatred because we don't normally feel them. But it looks like instead he's going with the reverse, where the flames are deep inside of us and they need to be stamped out. In other words, we're bottling it all up. Okay. All the people he killed. He's an Avenger. Why should he? Hey chat, we're at the bottom now. To warm the cookies of my heart. Oh, I see. I don't think that's a chocolate chip though. I think that's a poop emoji. Rockin' Stone. Expand Dawn. Freeze. Oh, well, you know. Bro's like, hold my noble phantasm. I really gotta wonder why whenever they play like pre-recorded Noble Phantasm that it looks so much lower quality. It's the case whenever they do anything pre-recorded. Why do I feel like we're looking up this thing's nose? In the Garden of Gehenna. I wonder who. Cagliostro. Yep. Section 25, chat. That pillar has a face! Is he the virus? Call of Duty? It's also a prison. Yep, chat. Yep. Bro's really on about his title. He can't decide which title he wants to use. Oh, I have to... Weird. Okay. Oh, that put a curse on him. Is it just the first skill used each turn? Okay. I can still out damage your stupid shitty healing. Damn. Bro done did shat on me. So this is the battle that I remember being fucking annoying. Oh, are we here now? Okay, you don't have to show us every single one of them. My accomplice. I've done enough rims. So comma. Yeah, they all helped. And of course Merlin. So Abby talked to Haiti. Damn, Dante's is like, oh man, I've been waiting for this. Oh, can I actually use my own servants? Let's go. I didn't think I could. Oh wait, hold on. I've got to think about this. Also, I totally thought that I removed all craft essences, but I guess not. Can he be stunned? No. No, he cannot. Is what I expected this time. No Avengers? Well, I have one. And we're sure as fuck gonna use her. I still think that looks like a nose, dude. Like, it's giving me Excalibur from Soul Eater vibes whenever they show that image. And I get it, like, what it is the bottom of Zeus's chin that you're seeing. ここに無尽の魔力を持ってカリオストロがお相手しよう Okay, so Doman said nope. Okay. That's a little bit unfortunate. Okay. Okay, not being able to party swap's gonna be a little bit of a problem. We're gonna go for an attempted loop. Perfect. One bar down. He's now damage. Is at least bar block. I should rightfully use that Buster card, but I have 100% charged up right now, so it's as good as the Buster card, and the NP Gin from that is too good to basically to squander. There you go. You can see he's effectively looping me himself. Kind of freaking hilarious, not gonna lie. Okay, what does this Noble Phantasm do, though? Well, I have no idea. So we'll find out. Yeah, it's a long time still till Oh my god, you are so fucking annoying. And you still fucking lose. Maybe this isn't as bad as I remember it being. Okay, that curse tick's a little nasty, but... I know this isn't the end, but still. Yes, you fucking idiot. I can do anything. Go. Bro, imagine if whenever you're going up against your ops, you could just like summon yourself again and just tag team them. Okay. Many fine selections here. None of them have what I need. What I'm looking for. So I'm gonna refresh until I get Hardesses that has Prisma. Oh, there you go. Only one Dantes can be selected. Okay. How is my Dantes? That's a little bit better than theirs. But the support servant doesn't cost me any cost. So let's see what we can do first. I don't think I need Invuln Pierce anymore. I think cranking can just absolutely crank one out. Okay, now I know that I can absolutely fit the Dantes with all of his upgrades. I just logged in, that's why. Thank you, I appreciate it. Double story sports does make for spicy party cost options, yeah. I like how they just get charged to full. I don't believe that's party-wide. It's not. Dad, I'm going to attempt not to use him. And when I say attempt, I really do mean attempt. Oh, Angry Mango, holy shit. Holy shit, there's a face I didn't expect to see. Still technically good. Dad, I'm gonna use the one card.
So.
Mostly because, like, it was not worth using Jalter's Noble Phantasm there. And literally, I did not want to, like, pop a bunch of her stuff. So it's like, because it simply did not deal me enough of my own team's cards, I had to use it. Nice try, Chuckle Nuts. I wish I could get a little bit more damage out of that NP, but it is what it is. Oh, no crits! Oh, that's so evil, game. And then 97% because you're just a fucking bastard. Still 300% overcharge, kind of tempting. You're not wrong. Reincarnated as the pillar boss in FGO and Gudako is already facing me. Okay, did I break it? Oh my god, dude. I knew I was gonna get freaking weight roomed by this shit. 1.9 mil is a little spicy there. Bro, can you stop charging yourself? Thank you. Oh, did you delay my skills by a turn? Oh, I'm so angry at you right now. Words cannot describe my anger. This would have been an amazing turn to pop off on him on, and at least I'm still getting a full crit chain, but like, fuck you, Cagliostro. What? Bro! Bro! That spread fire! Holy fuck! Holy fuck! That's so evil! Holy shit! I don't think there's anything I can do about it. I mean, at least my backline's still pretty robust, but fuck, this may come down to me actually using the Dantes. And I really don't want to do that, if at all possible. Yeah, I have no skills. Nothing. And she dies just from the burn stacks anyways. So at this point, Dolo! So evil, yeah, that's the point. It's more that he stacks it after, so, like, unless you had a healing Noble Phantasm, odds are he just destroys you. I think my cat's really going down too. Just barely. I can't party swap either.
昏の時を再び誇りにかけて。下がっているように。
I think you're gonna have to use it. I'm gonna try not to.
最後の竜は我が身。
I'm gonna try so fucking hard. The problem is I have two of them, so it is actually a little spicy in that regard. And again, like I said, the game forced me to use it. I don't consider it invalidating to run. I just wanted to see if I could do it without it. It's so freaking tempting. God trying to throw. Dante's Saberface, right? Yeah, totally. Totally. Okay, that drain could have been really bad, but it'd be okay. I'm getting very hashtag blessed with the number of cards here. Truly, I actually kind of need like middle cast ready to die, but it is what it is. Oh my god, bro. You fucking little bitch. You fucking little bastard. And he's probably gonna MP this turn. Like, just to piss me the fuck off. So, we're gonna let this play out. We're gonna see what he does. Okay, 200% charge is great. I hate everything about this. This fight is so absurd. He really loves spamming the Zevos. He does. Because I do think the AI makes calculated choices to, like, not kill someone when it knows, like, wait, that might help the player. Because it's also how, if you've ever noticed, the AI has a tendency to leave you at, like, 97% charge. It kind of knows. There you go. I didn't have to use Dante's other than the single card chat, but Cagliostro tried to make that a whole heaping pile of shit. But yeah, fuck him. The power of 120. The power of many. I hate that. Why did I make that joke? Anyway. Star Wars, yes, that was a Star Wars reference. Accolade Season 2 in? Never, thank God. Thankfully, at least, we are getting, apparently, Season 2 of Ahsoka, which, Ahsoka wasn't great, but I at least felt like Ahsoka was better than the Acolyte. They were at least trying to do something with the plot that was coherent. Like, my biggest gripe with the, with Ahsoka was the clear Mary Sue that they turned, to be into? Is that her name? Why am I forgetting? The low Dante's percent run is now complete. Well, like I said, it was basically a case of like, oh, do I do that and like just waste Jalter's MP right there? It probably wouldn't have made a difference in the end if I did, because he was pretty much looping me back to full at that point in time, but it is what it is. Like, when the game forces Dante's cards into your hand, there's not much you can do. Like, in theory, I could have gotten 5 of a kind. Talk too damn much, burn. I agree, Jalter. Burn, baby, burn. Cagliostro Inferno. Yeah, how many arrows is section 26? Okay, we will finish this tonight. Additional stream hours, chat. But we're gonna be fast, so read quickly, everyone. Again, you can go back into the VOD if you feel like you missed something. I want to destroy. It's very difficult. I care what happens to you. I will say this is a much better send-off than the Alter Egos got. Straight up.
Mate. 天の星々のすべてが見ている。お前の行く先にこそ光はあると知るがいい。
Oh, damn. It's an actual voiced line.
お互いに長い旅だったな。共犯者。
Yeah, I get that they can't voice everything, but I actually do wish that they would have, like, more voiced lines, like, for impactful moments. The Alter Egos even get sent off? No. That's why I was saying. And as you know, spinning makes you an Alter Ego, chat. Chocolate. Oh yes, them deuces. Wait, why are we being shown nursery rhyme? Well, bye.
負けんじゃないわよ。
And see, this is where I think you can tell Nasu was trying to end the game. It's shit like this, where he's like, oh, yeah, the Avengers have to go. You fucking made that up. Like... There you go, chat. We have broken through, and we are now C rank. Renku Apu, yes. Plow. Okay, and now I can actually farm things if I need to. But, as chat can see, we are done with OC2. This is very funny that I forgot they did this. So originally there were only supposed to be 3 ordeal calls, so we were like, oh, you know, now we're clearly getting ordeal call 3. And it's like, no, actually, this is ordeal call 3, fuck you. We diverted everyone. So, it is the way it is. We are going to end it here. Once more. However, chat, I'll be back tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to finish going over the summer units. And then we're going to start OC3 in earnest. And we're going to try to catch back up. Let me see who all is on tonight. I see a Mr. Gotcha Groover's on, so we're gonna go give him some love. Again, thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for all the support. Hope everyone had a great weekend. I will see you guys tomorrow. Give Gurus my love. Later.